it. Um, oh, there we go. Hello, 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 hello. I'm laughing at Jim Hendricks. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? How y'all are? So I got today. What I'm gonna do a bit. Anubis bent my fingernail back all the way to down here. Can you all even see? I'm too big. There we go. Let me go to the this page and see how you all see me. At the last second, I was trying to hook my phone up to the live stream and it just was not working. So I'll do that tomorrow. I'm gonna do a whole thing tomorrow on robots. So today we're gonna do stuff talking about men's issues, men and women's issues, in dealing with money and retiring and how to retire early. Now, you all might be saying, well, Shakaama, how come you haven't retired early? I was the target of some criminals, so I never have gotten into that. So I don't know. Maybe I should tell you all now. So I had all of this money that I was going to use to buy a house. Finally, and I was living with some people, and when I moved out, one of the main guy, moved in a guy who was a criminal, and the police didn't work with me to try and help me get my stuff out, so I left all of my information, all of my business, all of that stuff in there, and not to put it all on the criminals. In the moving, my mother was helping me, and she kept pressuring me. We gotta go now. We gotta go now. And I literally had like the stuff on my back, and yeah. So I left all of my information there, and they basically wiped me out, and kept wiping me out, and kept wiping me out, and kept wiping me out, and the police and the credit cards, and nobody really helped. It was just a. I guess they have stopped because I don't have any money. So, how y'all are? How y'all doing? So, if y'all ever say, well, Shakaama, why aren't you rich anymore? That is why. I was a target of identity theft to the 10th degree. I had an entire group after me. And then when I came over here into this area, they were doing all sorts of stuff where they put the thing where you slide your card, and they read the card, and the credit card people saying, look, go into the bank go to the cashier, take out however much money you need for the whole week or month, and you use cash from now on. Don't swipe your card anywhere. That's the only way that they're doing that. So there you have it. It was thieves. You know, they just come in. They come in shipping crates. They come in box loads, truckloads, streamliner loads of people who just are out to just destroy you. So, and the police, they did get somebody. I think one person or something. I was like, yeah, whatever. Oh, they even had me as a Air Force general. It was all sorts of weird stuff that people say, that's just a conspiracy theory or something. No. They had me working as a Air Force general. They had me owning a whole slew of shopping malls. I mean, and I'm all like, when I go to apply for something, I can't get a toothbrush. How is it people stealing my credit are getting the world handed to them? And then all the businesses were like, did you buy a Lamborghini? I'm like, did I buy a Lamborghini? What? We've noticed some suspicious activity. Did you notice some suspicious activity? Have I ever struck you as a guy who goes out and buys cars and pays and swipes the card and just pays for it? Whatever. I mean, and I feel really stupid because I concentrate on financial, instead of being a financial analyst, which means I'm concentrating on. I should have declared bankruptcy, but there's nothing to be declared bankruptcy about. So I'm studying to be a financial analyst, which means I am supposed to give advice to major corporations of how to move $50 billion each quarter. And I'm getting taken out by common street thugs. Well, they're not common street thugs. No, you all can laugh. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's crazy, and you all know it's true because I'm sure you've heard the comedian say, "This guy took out rented out a 6-bedroom condo in my name, and I can't even get lunch." So, I've yet to recover. That really depressed me. I don't know if you all know anything about Capricorns, but money is our only issue. So I was really depressed for quite some time. Oh my God. And then, of course, all of my little irons in the fire of, I'm gonna go to Japan. I'm gonna go to China. I'm gonna start a scholarship for black men to have a free ride in STEM. If you do anything in the sciences and get a major in the sciences, I'm gonna give you a full free ride, and I'm gonna provide tutors with you free of charge, the whole 9 yard, and the whole thing of I'm gonna start a whole business of advising other businesses and get instead of 100 black men of America, I'm gonna get 100 business black men to go into entire sections of the black area of the towns and just completely revamp it. All of that fell off a cliff because I was destroyed. I was completely and utterly destroyed. So now I just live a life of regret. And here I am at the 9th hour. Oh, I'm supposed to be fundraising. Yeah, you see the link on there? I'm supposed to be fundraising, right? How you do this? There you go. That should be a link. Anyway. Oh, it is appear like a link. Okay. I got my phone looking at it too. Alright, so let's move on. You all are supposed to talk to me. This is a two-way street here. There will be a whole question and answer session, but in the meantime, you all can talk. Well, JJ, you're the best. You're just the best. You're the best of the best. How do you do that? How long have I been? Okay. All right. So that preamble was a preamble of the preamble. Okay. So now, can I? What is this? Does this look like anything? Okay, that's way down there. So that's not. Anything? Anything? Bueller? Bueller? I wanted to start off by telling jokes. Is that even a thing? Would y'all like to hear jokes? Oh, there's a whole thing. There's a whole thing. There's a whole thing of the whole thing. There's a whole thing of now I understand. Oh, and just to give you a climax of that story, at the height of that story, everything was shut off. Everything, and when I say everything was shut off, I mean all of my accounts, power, everything was shut off. If you understand. So does this do anything? I'm running a little bit delayed on, although YouTube says everything's perfect. Well, that's good. I guess I don't need to do the whole thing. All right. So everything was shut off, and there we go. So let's give a shout out to the people who are chatting. So if you're not chatting, you don't get a shout out. So we have JJ, my main man, or woman. I have no idea what you don't have a picture. You don't have a picture. What's up with that? The Lockhart Perspective. How you doing? Jim Hendricks. How you doing? Derek Nichols. How you doing? Sakura Vin. How you doing? Patrick Anon, better known as QAnon. DJ Dean. How you doing? And that's it, right? I already said Sharon Wright. White. Sharon Wright. Sharon White. Okay, so let's start out the show with some jokes. This is supposed to be warm you all up, warm the crowd up with, and I will be censoring all the jokes so that YouTube loves the jokes, because people are still trying to cancel comedy, and they even went so far as, I believe, Canada. You can't, if somebody is offended, you can go to jail or something like that. How you doing, Sharon White? How you doing? I believe Canada, you can go to jail if you tell a joke that somebody doesn't like. They were all over the Twitterverse. It has now come out that Twitter is a tiny microcosm of the society, and it has attracted just these very fringe people, way on the fringes of society. I think it's something like 1% of the population. I mean, fringe, super duper fringe, is on Twitter. But when they all come together on Twitter, then it seems big, because that's all you see are those people on Twitter. They're the fringe of the fringe of the fringe of the fringe of the fringe. Normal meaning 50% of the population, doesn't even know what they're talking about, doesn't use that sort of language, and that fringe has taken over Twitter and the universities, or some of the big universities. And what's terrible is that people in charge of universities and businesses think that they're a majority of the population when they're not, simply because they have taken over Twitter. They're the fringe, most extreme people in society, but because they have all grouped up on Twitter, it makes it look like there's a whole bunch of them. And they're doing stuff like canceling comedy. And I was just on there, and they just had a big blowout of, this guy should go to jail because he told jokes. For anybody who actually stands for something, anything, if you stand for anything, like, I'm gonna defend this, you do not tolerate people who try and use their power to destroy people simply because they don't like them. The whole point of your stance in anything is that you're trying to convince somebody to come to your side. Throwing somebody in jail because you don't like what they say, that means you're evil. I got all my classmates IG, but I didn't talk to them, so tonight I put a comment on one of their pick. What was the comment? It was like school pick. She was like, "Who is this?" I was like, "I'll tell you tomorrow." At school, and she's like, "You're a boy." Okay, Jay, you're a boy. Okay. This world is going crazy. Well, and so that's so when people talk about Twitter, they're getting a really marred and really jarred look at a very tiny segment of the population, and because they're so vocal on Twitter, I mean they they send out tweets every few seconds. It's that what's the military shock and awe? What is it called? Uh, when they like storm your house or something like that. Something like shock and awe. So it's coming from, it seems like, from all sides, but it's just Twitter. So now we have businesses bowing to the Twitter culture. And Twitter just needs to be shut down, really. Something else completely needs to be started. And the problem is that people are asked, well, why don't conservatives or why don't libertarians start a competitor to Twitter? Well, the problem is, and now they've come out and said this, all the infrastructure of Silicon Valley, of all the people involved in technology, they're all like that. The conservatives were still doing their whole, we're going to make money the old-fashioned way, work hard and build stuff, and everybody still needs coal, they still need iron, they still need steel, and we're going to need that for the foreseeable future, and that is not going to go away. So this is how we're going to make our money. We're going to, everybody needs electricity and they need water, and so the fundamentals is controlled by, I guess, conservatives or libertarians or whoever, right? But the technology has convinced all of those people that they're all like that. So if you're a conservative, you can't start a conservative website. You can't start a conservative social media. You just can't do it. Because the people who you have to go through to run the line to your stuff, they're all liberal or whatever you call those people. So they have captured the whole infrastructure of the technology. Literally, I have reports of conservative people literally fleeing Silicon Valley to remotely work in, let's say, Texas or some place like that. Because if they stay there, they're going to say something and Silicon Valley is going to come against them or sue them or whatever. Literally, you have CEOs working remotely into Silicon Valley. What do you call a hippie's wife? A Mississippi. What did the duck say when she bought a lipstick? Put it on my bill. What do you call a man with a rubber toe? Roberto. Where did the computer go dancing? The disco. Pretty soon these are gonna get funny, and you're all gonna see me laugh, and then it's gonna be over. What do bees do if they need a ride? Wait at the buzz stop. What do you get? Sick lemon. Lemonade. What did the little mountain say to the bigger mountain? Hi, Cliff. What do you call a monkey that loves Doritos? A chipmunk. Why did the can crusher quit his job? Why did the can crusher quit his job? Because it was so depressing. It was soda pressing. Why are there gates around cemeteries? Why are there gates around cemeteries? I know you know this. Because people are dying to get in. What do you call a cow with two legs? What do you call a cow with two legs? Lean beef. Do you remember that joke I told you about a week ago? It was about a week back. I ruined this stupid joke. I ruined the joke. Oh, God. I just went to an emotional wedding. Even the cake was in tears. 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 When's the best time to go to the dentist? Tooth hurty. Tooth hurty. Tooth hurty. What do you call a dangerous sun shower? A reign of terror. These are all puns. Puns. These are all puns. So you have to think about the spelling. Why am I doing the Egyptian? Why do seagulls fly over the sea? Because if they flew over the bay, they'd be bagels. What do you call a farm that makes bad jokes? Corny. Why do fish live in salt water? Because pepper makes them sneeze. What streets do ghosts haunt? What streets do ghosts haunt? Dead ends. Okay. What do you call it when one cow spies on another? What do you call it when one cow spies on another? A stakeout. Why? I don't know why I found that so funny. Okay, what happens when a frog's car breaks down? It gets towed. I went on a once-in-a-lifetime vacation. Never again. What's the big thing about Switzerland? I don't know, but the flag is a big plus. My favorite word is drool. It rolls off the tongue. Why is Peter Pan always flying? Because he never lands. I just wrote a book about reverse psychology. Do not read it. Nice one, JJ. I have a headache. Oh my god. I shouldn't laugh. What does a zombie who's a vegetarian eat? Grains. Oh, by the way, I've been eating vegetarian for the past few days. All those beans are going right through me. That's not a joke. I'm being serious, too. I think I've lost about 50 pounds. My Nuthosaurus is terrible. Not only that, but it's also terrible. Oh boy. Thank you, JJ. You're the best. There's a special place in heaven for you. Oh boy. Why didn't the astronaut come home to his wife? He needed the space. I got fired from my job at the bank today. An old lady came in and asked me to check her balance. So I pushed her over. I wasn't going to visit my family in December, but my mom promised to make me eggs Benedict. So I'm going home. So I'm going home for the holidays. I'm sure I ruined that one. I'm going home for the holidays. You get it? Okay. What did the blanket say as it fell off the bed? Oh, sheet. Blanket, sheet, get it? Okay. Why do cow milking schools only have 3 legs? Why do cow milking stools only have 3 legs? Because the cow got the udder. How did Darth Vader know that what Luke got him for Christmas? He felt his presence. I was sitting in traffic the other day. It's probably why I got run over. Sometimes I tuck my knees into my chest and lean forward. That's just how I roll. I am stupid. Oh boy. What's red and shaped like a bucket? A blue bucket painted red. Why do ants never get sick? Because they have antibodies. Speaking of which, oh boy, JJ. When is your door not actually a door? When it's actually a jar. That's an old one. Remember with the talking cars, when the car would talk to you? And there was, oh, I forgot my coffee. I have coffee. I made coffee. Hold on. All right. So, are we ready for our first topic? What's our first topic? The sudden boom in single men retiring at age 50, 40, 30. Now, there was an article talking about why you shouldn't retire at 50. Just a spoonful of sugar up medicine. Go down medicine. Go down medicine. Go down just a spoonful of sugar up medicine. Go down. I guess I'll keep the spoon. Okay. We men are the Twinkies, infinite shelf life, and females are a carton of milk, finite shelf life. What time is the female's worst enemy? Okay, so they are. Before I get into this topic, let me tell you the general consensus. The general consensus is that you should not retire early. Why do they say not retire early? Because from an economist point of view, the whole point of the economy and the way the economy is built now is that you need people buying. All of the strategies for retiring early is that you, first of all, save a whole bunch of money, and then you set yourself up to live off of the interest of that money. So you don't really have income, you just are living off the interest, which it generates income, but they're finding that people are retiring super duper early by saving a little bit of money and being super duper frugal. There's been a couple of TV shows about the cheapest guy, or the cheapest date I ever went on. And so these people save just a tiny bit of money, but they have reduced their lifestyle to such a degree that they can live on $30,000. And I don't mean like $30,000 a year. They can live off of $30,000 in the bank. Pretty crazy. Meaning, they're not going out and buying a car every 2 years. They're not renting fabulous houses on vacation. They're not going on vacation. So there's a general consensus of to not retire early. They speak out bad against it, blah, blah, blah. For the most part, you're not going to live a baller lifestyle if you retire at 30. Unless you just are on one of these movie stars or something like that, right? But for the most part, the people love to give young people a goo gobs of money because they know they're just going to turn around and spend it all back into the economy. So if you give a 20-year-old $200 million, the entire country is going to be richer $200 million pretty soon. How do you be worth $200 million and then after a while you're not worth $200 million and they repossess all your houses and stuff like that? I'm like, how did you set up your house that you lost your house? How is that possible? You have to be so financially uneducated that you are making deals where you don't even own anything. I can't imagine being worth $200 million and not owning, like permanently owning. But if you lost your $200 million, the taxes alone would probably kill you on one of those $50 million homes or something like that. I don't know what they're doing. So, yeah, the super cheap date, the super. Now, there was another show about super cheap, but everybody was super cheap. Everybody, there was men and women, and they were showing women who were, not to be gross. This is on live TV, so YouTube, don't cancel me because I'm telling you something that was on live TV. So there was one of these cheap shows, and it was "My Mom Is So Cheap." Okay, how cheap is your mom? She did not buy toilet paper. They used rags. So you would go to the bathroom and they have a dirty clothes hamper in the bathroom. Now for the TV, they had washed everything in the bathrooms and just showed you the pile of folded rags that the family uses. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could do that. I have been without toilet paper once and twice in my life, and I would hop in the shower immediately and take a full shower. But then again, I'm a guy. I can't imagine being a woman. Women need a lot more maintenance, right? I don't know anything about women. Don't get me. Don't at me. But I can't imagine a woman being without toilet paper and not buying woman stuff. You know what I mean? Same show, same family. My Mom Is So Cheap, and she was married with children, and the kids did half of the interview. So, and the interview is like, how do you feel about living like this? What is this? You're not supposed to curse. But I see other people curse, so I don't know. No open curse words. Yeah. So I'm gonna get into this. So there are, in searching for this topic, I found very little sources. Now, let me give you my general idea of how you can retire at 50 or something like that. You'll be retired at 39. Let me give you my general knowledge. Well, first of all, so you have the very first thing, and when I get to the woman section, you're gonna see that they don't do this. The very first exercise, discipline that you have to have inside of you as a financial, as your financial skill set, right? For your personal finance, you have to be able to save money as a complete basis of everything. The first thing that they teach you in being a financial analyst is you have to be able to save money. Now, after you have mastered saving money, and that sounds, for some of you, that's going to sound ridiculous, and for people who don't save, that sounds ridiculous. How do you master saving money? But at a first base, it's how to save money. The thing is about saving money is that the skill isn't to save the money. The skill is to not go and get the money and take it out of savings, which is what people do, right? And that's where the mastery comes in. Can you squirrel away 30% of your paycheck? Can you take 30% of your paycheck and keep it and don't touch it? For whatever reason, for me, every year, once I had about $30,000 saved up, something crazy would happen. It's almost to the dollar. Boom, 30,000 in the bank. Oh, your house blew up. Your car blew. And I'm not joking. You were struck by lightning, and now you have to have and I paid all my medical bills. I all paid for cash for everything, dentist, everything I paid cash for. And it would just, as soon as I got 20 or 30,000, I got court judgments for me. Here you go. Here's $20,000. Boom. Your house was blown up by lightning, and you have to now. It's like one of those cards when you play Monopoly, and the card says, "Bank fraud, pay $20,000." All at once. All at once. Whatever the emergency was, and it would happen all at once. So then I would go back and I'd build up another 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Boom! I'm telling you. So, the skill is to save money and not dip into the money. The skill is to not dip into the money. Can you save 30% of your income each and every month and never touch it? If you can do that, then you go to the next step, which is generating compound interest. Now, I don't know what the let's turn this into a real Y'all gonna get educated today. Y'all gonna get some education today. What's the current so the here's what everybody, if you're sitting at a computer, sorry if you're on the phone, but if you're sitting at a computer, look this up. Current Fed rate. Current Fed rate. Current Fed rate. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. But the current Fed rate, they're saying this week is 1.75. That means that the federal interest rate is at 1.75 interest rate. It used to be negative 3% or something crazy. What happened? Aaron, I don't even have that. It's disabled. I don't know why it did that. I don't know, Sharon, what happened. Sorry about that. I think it's just 5 seconds anyway. Yeah, current federal rate. Oh, hold on. Somebody's at the door now. Who is it? No. Hi. Oh, and then later? I'm live streaming right now. You got a haircut. Yeah, that's a little bit short. You look like a boy. But I know we can go right now. But we can go to dinner or something? Sure. Sounds great. I can't feed Anubis anything other than dog food. Alright, I'll see you in an hour. Oh boy. Can you give me a wrench? A wrench? Can I give you a wrench? Okay, where was I? Current Fed rate. Can I do this? Can I? Whatever. I don't know. I don't know why then. Or did it just delete everything that you wrote? How can I restore the messages? Because the messages were great. Anyway, current Fed rate. Okay. So, I don't know how to control the bot. It's not, you know what? How about, sorry about all that. Maybe if I do this, maybe it's something different here. Oh, there we go. That's why. That's why. I was on my other thing. That's why. There we go. I figured it out. I figured something out. There we go. There we go. All right. Now, let's do this. Okay, everybody type that for me, or one person. Sharon, type that for me, please. I hope. Do you all want to meet? Do you want me to be technical with you about finance? Do you want me to go back to telling jokes? All right. Perfect. Thank you, Kwabena. That looks like an African name. I have a confession to make. If you see tears coming out of my eye or me start crying, it's the heart medication. I am not sad. I am not. So I can imagine, and I've heard this conspiracy. I have a jacket, right? Well, she's 80 years old. It'll take 15 seconds to go down there. I'm gonna run down there and be right back. Wait, you I can't believe they Oh, no curse words. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. So I was saying, if I start crying, it's not because I'm sad. It's the medication. They put stuff in the medication to make you all sorts of makes your chemistry in your brain imbalanced. That's all emotions are. They're just chemicals. So they figured out that they can adjust chemicals and then make the population do whatever. Right? This is why they. I know. I was trying to figure out how to use my phone. I got the phone. I was trying to figure out how to live stream with the phone, but the way she's talking, I don't know what I'm about to see. I'll be right back. Here, let me. Am I putting anything on here that's cool? Here, let's do it. Let's do this one. How y'all doing? What happened? How do you how do you how do you do that? Oh. Oh. I never knew that. Okay. So I'm nice. What is this? Coconut? Anyway. Edwin Iglesias. Okay, let's see here. We were talking about the Fed rate, right? And I was warning you if I start crying, it has nothing to do with me being sad. It's the Fred federal funds rate. Those I can't get this. Does it show this? Does that do anything? What's funny is they're trying to tell women that they need to start saving money like men, when they're telling men the exact opposite. Stop saving money. You should spend more money. So, what saving money does, it turns the economy back into a creditor economy, so that the United States then becomes a creditor nation, which means that then everybody is beholden to the United States for trade. Okay, what that creates is a booming economy for the United States, bad for trading if you're a manufacturer for overseas products, so that the overseas products you can't ship products overseas and compete with cheap products, because then you have to up your product level, and they don't want to do that. They want to have cheap products overseas, send cheap products overseas, so that they can compete at the local level and sell, a billion of them, versus selling 100,000 of them, but the best products in the world. That's what the United States used to be. We used to be a predator nation, and Made in America used to be a symbol of elite craftsmanship that everybody was trying to achieve. Well, we reduced our stuff to the point where American made no longer had the quality behind it, so that Chinese made good were just as good as American made good. Are y'all oh, everybody left? I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. Okay, so at the basis, You want to save money. The next step of that is to put money in to your savings so you can then accumulate compound interest. Compound interest works such that if you get good compound interest, in 30 years you can double your money. So that means if you put $50,000 into your account, in 30 years you will have $100,000 just by having $50,000 in your account. Well, compounded, that means if you're still putting money in, that means you will get $100,000 in 15 years. And if you really do it right, you can get $100,000 in like 5 years, you know. What happened? What happened? I need to get that. I should have done this before. Pardon my sinuses. You all. That's weird. Where am I going? Where am I going? Let's hope nothing crashes here. Hold on. Hold on. We're paying for China shipping, and we're getting the screws on shipping. Basically paying for the elites to ship their cheap-made junk back to the U.S. while our own retailers try to compete. Well, they were saying that the real problem with the market before Trump came in was that the stock market was oversaturated with retailers. Now, on its face, you would think there shouldn't be any problem with retailers being in the stock market. A business is a business. Well, not so, because hold on, because a retail business is completely different from a regular business. Because I'm trying to do 3 things at once here. Here we go. Let's do that. And 9 unfollowers. Okay. Sorry. What's that? Okay. So they're always reporting that such and so company has fired 20,000 people. Such and so company has fired 50,000 people. Well, what they don't say is that the company was oversaturating itself. You have companies that literally, what was it, Texaco, putting a gas station on 3 of the 4 corners of an intersection? That doesn't make sense. 7-Eleven with a gas station on 3 of the 4 corners of an intersection? That doesn't make sense. Mario Abate, how you doing? I thought you were Tim in a bottle. You two look alike. Okay. So the stock market did its correction, and now you see the boom is because the market was going on actual fundamentals, meaning that it was actually being based off of companies that actually sell products to customers at a good rate, right? Okay, so let's start over again. Men are retiring early at 50, 40, 30. At the very basis of this is that you are, number one, saving money. To even start it, you have to save money. That means you have to master it. You have to be able to squirrel away and not touch 10 to 30% of your income right off the bat. Then you have to keep donating to the savings to generate compound interest. Compound interest means that you not only have your savings generating interest, but you then, when you get a payout into that savings from the interest, you are now generating interest on top of interest. So that's compounded interest, right? Really simple stuff, right? So you're getting interest on interest. So that your $50,000 in 15 to 30 years is now $100,000. And if you really have mastered saving, you generate compound interest, and the compound interest starts collecting on itself, so that 15 or 30 years now gets reduced to 7 or 15 years, right? Because you are compounding and you keep adding to the fund. So that's at the basis. That's the very first step that you have to master. Then you want to generate income at an interest rate that is the lowest. And everybody talks about, oh, the rich are getting richer. Well, under the tax code, which is available to you too, you can do exactly what Warren Buffett does. You can do it exactly what Ken Chenault does. He was the black CEO of some Fortune 500 company that nobody talks about. They always want to put black people as they all live in the ghetto and they've dropped out of high school. Ken Chenault was CEO over I don't know. You double 50,000 to 100,000. I bet you any investor would be happy to double 50,000 in 15 years. That means that they could double 100 million into 200 million in 15 years. Almost nobody on the planet can double 100 million into 200 million in 15 years. That's why you got to think the extreme. What's the extreme of that? If you can double 50,000 into 100,000 in 15 years, that means that you could be a billionaire. That's what that means. So, what we have is men retiring because they are single. There are married couples who are retiring early. But those are few and far between. And the problem there is that, or the hurdle there is that the wife has to literally be, shackled down and tied to a cross and put her way into the woods up in the mountain. And she can't go shopping. Yeah. I have no heat in my house. I have a heater. This is supposed to be a fundraiser. You all are supposed to be donating to the PayPal on screen. So that you have married couples who do the retiring early, but they seriously have to reprogram the wife. Because it is the nature of it that women are acculturized to spend money, to go shopping, to be the consumers. In fact, as far as the duty goes to who in the family does all the shopping, it's relegated to the wife. The wife buys the groceries. Literally, you have men who go, I have no idea. I haven't been in a grocery store in 10 years. The wife goes to the grocery store and magically appears with grocery every week or every month. JJ, you're the best. So then for a married couple, and I'm not talking out of my head, I'm not talking my own opinion. I have read article after article after article after article after article. And there are groups, and we're getting to the very last. Yeah, I live in Las Vegas. There are groups dedicated to making sure that the people who join the group retire early. They educate them, they work with them, and the whole point is that everybody in the group retires early. And then once they retire, then they have friends who think alike because they've retired early. So they hang out in coffee shops and, they buy $1 coffees. Right, they're not going there spending $12 on a cup of coffee. So, yes, there are married couples who do it. But they have to completely change the lifestyle of the wife. And the husband has to have a super duper active role in the spending and budgeting. Let's see here. So, for the most part, there is a skyrocketing boom in men retiring early. That is, they're retiring at 50, which I read article after article talking about. Oh my God, I can't believe that people are retiring at 50. That's crazy. Men retiring at 40, men retiring at 30. And for the most part, those are men who have learned all of these strategies, financial strategies, to retire at 30, 40, 50, and they're single men. And they're not talking about this, and I don't know why they're not talking about it. It's news. But I guess they don't want to encourage it because, as I started out with this entire conversation, is that the economy is based on circulating money over and over and over. And circulating means that you're buying stuff over and over and over and over, right? The real reason we had a oil crisis is that the oil price went up and shopping went down. Buying went down. As prices went up, with the oil prices going up, because we are a oil-based society, trucks that transport stuff had to spend more money in gas to transport the stuff to you. So that was an increase in the prices on the stuff that they transported. The people who make the stuff have to spend more in gas to make the stuff itself and ship all the stuff to their manufacturing place. So they have to raise the price to put the stuff on the truck, which has to raise the price of, because they have to spend more in gas to get to the warehouse, which now has to raise its price on all the stuff coming from the truck, and then ship that out from the warehouse to the store, which means all of those trucks have to raise their price to get to the store. And depending on how they do it, it might be a superstore that then ships out to other tiny stores, and boom, you have to raise the price again. So people were buying less because the prices were going up, right? You raise price and you get less of something, right? So the crisis was because people weren't buying stuff because prices were going up. When prices go up, you get less consumerism. So retiring early means, for the most part, that the men are buying less. What are you looking at me for? What? What? Go sit down. Go sit down. Somebody. No. Come here. 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 No, you can't eat that. No. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Jojo boo boo. Here you go. Where's your puppy? Alright, look. Over there. Look. No. No. Alright. Visit's over? Okay, visit's over. Alright. Glad we had that visit. Well, women can't marry those men because those men are very frugal. It's a whole lifestyle to retire early. Very frugal. Now, I was leaving out that. What are you doing? Go sit. Those men are very frugal with their stuff. I was leaving out that the married couples, for the most part, retire early because they were making gobs of money. They were each making $300,000 a year in income. So they're already part of the 1%, the 1% of 1%, right? So they were basically clocking about $1 million a year. And so then they got tired of the rat race and retired. They set up their house and their expenses to retire. Well, they're not really cutting back on anything because they had so much money that really they're not really a part of the generation of people who are retiring. We're talking about people who are retiring on $50,000. Men retiring on $50,000, but they cut back. And even the men who are talking about, I retired on saving $300,000. I have a roommate. I don't have a car. I don't watch TV. A lot of them don't watch TV. They don't get into the general stuff of society that society likes to show people and sort of keep you hooked on. So a lot of them don't have TVs. They don't go out to bars. They don't really sort of associate themselves with what popular society does. Which means that then they can keep keep conscious of what they're doing. Patrice O'Neal's legitimate heir. Oh, this chocolate is. So it's a fashion women. Well, women have their own problems. I don't blame. Like, there's a whole. Okay, there's women who are, you know, right? There's those women. They're all on Twitter, right? The entire rest of women, I don't blame them because that's how they're just brought up. Me. Let's go shopping. This is what you like about me. I wear cute shoes. I have a nice purse. I dress nicely. I go to the salon every once a month or whatever. I get my nails done. I wear makeup. And I stay in shape. There's a whole bunch of those. And that's kind of what being a woman is now. The problem is, and here's, I guess I'll get into this now. The problem is, for all of their stuff on TV saying women should do this, women should get a job, women should do this, women should buy a house, women should live on their own, women should work and do this, right? For all of that, nothing has changed. I have an article right here. Why millennial women don't save. And they have come out straightforward, point blank, and said women just have not changed. No matter what all the people say or what I see how they do. They get you coming and going. It says X out of this, and no, it's you click on it. Women just don't save. They don't save. They're consumers, and they're brought up to be consumers. There is a full 25% gap in income. Gap in income is not a gap in how much they pay. It's a gap in how much they make. The women are not going for the things to make more money. The women are not going for working overtime. The women are not going for the high-end job, the high-stress job, the dangerous job. The women, so this is from USA Today. Not a bastion of conservative thinking. They are literally saying, we did a study and found that women are going for not for the associate nurse, the part-time nurse, which hospitals are no longer hiring, from what I hear. What? Mario, this is a family-friendly show. Anyway, YouTube is deleting your messages. So USA Today is coming out straight, point blank, and saying, for all of the, let's get women into coding, let's get women into STEM fields, let's get women into CEOs. Women aren't applying for that. They're just not applying for that. And they're taking the millennials who turned 40 this year, 40 all the way to 20, 40 all the way to 21, and Gen Z turns 20 this year. They're saying that millennial women who have been completely saturated with the whole idea that women can do anything, that women can work anywhere, they can make their own money, they can be independent, they can take their own vacations, they can buy their own house. That after all of this information of The generation that it has been most saturated with, nothing has changed. The women aren't saving money. They aren't making any more money. They aren't getting any different jobs. They're just not doing it. And they said, they're saying that companies are literally bending over backwards to give women, and just women, tools to do all sorts of extra stuff to help them out, and they're just not taking it. They say they appreciate it, but they're just not taking it. They're just not. Have you heard of this? The company should offer daycare. Okay, and the companies are offering daycare. Well, if the company just offered daycare, women would come here and work, and they could work full 8 hours. They're still not doing it. So the research is in there. They're still not doing it. USA Today. But women are not retiring early. Women are not even not retiring early, and you'll see in one of these flash screens that women are not only not retiring early, women aren't retiring on time and retiring with the full $1 million, which I believe is the point you're supposed to retire. That's what you should have saved and be worth by 67, something like that. How much money does a man need to save for a mildly comfortable lifestyle? Well, I said we have cases of men retiring with $50,000. He saved $50,000, and then he adjusted his lifestyle to such that all of his expenses do not come to anywhere near more than 4%. Now, you see one of the flashcards saying, one of the slideshows saying the 4% rule. So here's the deal. What the 4% rule is. That you save money and you can withdraw from your retirement fund, which is the original meaning of this, 4%, and you won't incur penalties, and you won't take out more than the interest on your retirement can handle, so that you will still generate 8% a year. So you can withdraw 4% without penalty and be okay. And they're saying what you should strive for is to be able to live off of that 4%. Yeah, so then you should tailor your lifestyle so all of your expenses come to an amount, right? Then, of course, you multiply that so that that amount is 4%. So the men who are retiring have whittled down their lifestyle to such a degree that they could live off of 4% of $50,000 saved. That means they bought income generating real estate. They have a roommate. They have a very simple diet that costs a few $100s a month. That one guy said he has no car. No car, no insurance, none of that stuff. He walks everywhere or takes a bus. He doesn't take taxis. He doesn't go to Starbucks every morning. He has whittled down his lifestyle so that he could live off of $50,000. But wait, the guy who said he saved $300,000 also said he took in roommates. He doesn't have a car. He doesn't watch TV. He doesn't do all this other stuff so that he could live off of 4% of $300,000. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know what he's doing at 4% of $50,000 a year. I don't know what he's doing, but whatever he's doing, apparently it's working. Now there are places that have what you may have heard. I don't know if you know this. It's called quad living. Quad meaning four, meaning four. So it's four apartments, and all four share a kitchen, and each two share a bathroom. So you pay on the orders of a magnitude of like 40% of what normal rent in that area would charge. Uh, you have San Francisco though, people hiring out closets to live in, but they're paying uh, $3,000 to $10,000 a month because it's so expensive in San Francisco. That even then, with a person renting out closet space in their house, that is so expensive that the person owning the place still can't afford to live there, and they're all about to be homeless because it's so expensive. Yeah, multifamily home, renting out all the rooms, all the spaces. I have seen it here in Las Vegas. I've gone over to people's houses. These are young people, of course, because young people will put up with all sorts of stuff. That they rent out the closet in their apartment, and the whole idea is that the closet is a private area where the rest of the house does not go into. So that's what they're actually getting with paying money. They're not getting tremendous amounts of space. They're getting a private area that they could call their own, and nobody will go into it. So it's a closet, true, but what they're paying for is some sort of privacy, some sort of they could do private they could do private activities in the closet, and nobody would uh, bust into the closet. And now, of course, we get to the last part of that. I don't know if did I skip anything. So fire is fire, F.I.R.E. Fire is okay. FIRE stands for financial independence and retiring early. FIRE, F-I-R-E, financial independence and retiring early. So that is one group. There are other early retirement groups, but this one has an actual name, and the other groups have names. I don't. FIRE seems to be advertised, and you can join them, and people have called them all sorts of saying they're a cult and such. What the fact is, they don't. There's nothing that they're subscribing to. They're not asking you to. They're not asking you to do anything. They're just giving you information. And of course, the general society does not want you to retire early. But a part of retiring early is that you are happier. Please, if you like this information, please help me out. I am in a very bad situation right now, and If you could donate to the link on the screen, that'd be great. So, a part of retiring early is that you have peace of mind. Supposedly, you are financially free. However, you have determined your lifestyle to be, you are financially free. So if you go living in the woods and you have bought you a solar panel and you take water, you're doing that water capturing from the air at a commercial level so that you can take baths and showers and cook and wash dishes whenever you want. You have one of those Earthship houses where everything sort of runs in circular. That you have your own little septic tanks on the properties. Financially free. That's supposedly what retiring early gives you, and you're not a part of the rat race. And more men are, in general, are doing this. Now I want to talk about how to invest in stocks like a complete moron and not lose your shirt. You may know that I was at one point an investor. I don't have the... If you know that I have high blood pressure, I have bad heart, supposedly, and the high stakes world of investing, the high pressure world of investing. Now I can advise you how to invest, but to invest myself, to be looking at a chart, not look away, unless you look away and then lose all of your money for the day, just wasn't for me. I did it, I made money, but it just wasn't for me. It was way too stressful for me. I'm a high stress guy to begin with. However, I'm going to show you briefly something that even if you are mathematically challenged can do. What is it called? It's called a DRIP program. I have a very good heart, but it's called a DRIP call. It's called a dividend reinvestment program. Let's see if I can let's do this. It's called a dividend reinvestment plan or DRIP program. So, because a company has a dividend reinvestment program, a lot of times you can get in on a company with $20. So when I said you can invest like a complete moron and not lose your shirt, I am really talking about you can invest like a complete moron and not lose your shirt. You don't need to be Warren Buffett to be an investor if a company has a DRIP program. I'm about to tell you something that could make you millions of dollars. You don't have to buy anything from me. If you donate to me, that's fantastic. And I'm about to tell you something that you can make millions of dollars. Okay? Dividend reinvestment plan. So, wrong thing. What is a dividend reinvestment plan? A dividend reinvestment plan, DRIP, is a program that allows investors to reinvest their cash dividends into additional shares or fractional shares. And that is the part that you should be jumping up and down about. Fractional shares. That you can buy a fraction of a share, and all of the mathematical calculations that they're talking about, people with 20,000 shares in IBM or 50,000 shares in Facebook, all of that applies to you. even with your fractional share. So you have a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a share. It's $20, but if they do a stock split, you get your fractional share split too, so that you have double the fraction of whatever it is. And here's the deal of the underlying stock on the dividend payment date. So, any times that they declare a dividend payment, you get that payment into your program. And if you're wise, you reinvest. Is it coming clear now? You reinvest that into your fractional shares. So eventually, you end up with a full share of IBM. You eventually end up with a full share of Facebook. You eventually end up with a full share of General Electric. And here's another benefit of this. A lot of times, the company doesn't require that you go through a broker, so that you just buy the share. A lot of investing is done through brokers. Brokers have to pay for being a broker. So they charge you each time you invest in stocks or take out a stock, right? But this dividend and reinvestment program, you can do it for free. Free, quote. Right? So you donate or not donate, but you invest your $20, and eventually you have $100. Now, some of you are going to say, $100 is nothing. Well, okay, apply that $20 to $100. Apply that to $30,000. You can ask tons of investors, have they lost $30,000? And 99% of them will say, yep, I've lost $30,000, $50,000, $100,000, $1 million trying to invest in the stock market. They tell you that your first year of learning how to invest is going to be you just losing money the entire time. So if that's a year and that equals $1 million, you lost $1 million. That is the going consensus. That if you're learning how to invest, that you're going to lose all the money the first year. And I'm talking about seriously invest. I mean every day or every week. But you're going to lose all of that money, and that's the cost of learning how to invest. With the DRIP program, it seems to be has a high potential of you not losing your money at all and coming out because the companies that offer DRIP programs are blue chip stocks that have been around for hundreds of years, over a couple of hundred years, and they're not going anywhere, and but they don't have tremendous ups and downs. They just issue a dividend every 3 months, 6 months, a year, and people live off of it. Little old ladies live off of it. So you want to create a portfolio of a bunch of stocks that give you a dividend. So this is how you can retire early. You have a portfolio of a couple of hundred stocks that do nothing but issue dividends, and you live like that. Are you going to make a bundle? By nature, you're not going to make a bundle, but you're going to live off of the interest of the interest of the interest of your portfolio. So that the guy who retired on $50,000, He said that he had some sort of interest bearing, and they all have stock. All the people talking about $50,000, $300,000, retiring at 30, retiring at 40, retiring at 50, they all have investments. Adults in this world, in first world, have some sort of investments. You gotta get in on investment. I'm trying to tell you how to invest, and you won't lose your shirt. Simple, really simple stuff. I tried to, a couple of years ago, create a portfolio where we would take a portfolio with a drip program, nothing but drip stocks, and generate $50,000 a year in dividend payments. Can you live off of $50,000 a year? I bet a lot of people watching me who are going to watch this video could definitely live off of $50,000 a year. That means generating income of $50,000. I was trying this and nobody was interested in watching it, and so I stopped it. Nobody was interested in watching it. Nobody was interested in investing in me doing it, right? Additional considerations of DRIP programs. There are several advantages of purchasing shares through DRIP for both the company issuing the shares and the shareholder. Number one, DRIPs offer shareholders a way to accumulate more shares without having to pay a commission. That is huge. So anytime you are investing and you have to pay a broker a commission, even if it is a wholesale commission, you're still paying a commission. Through the DRIP program, the reinvestment is automatic. You don't pay anybody a commission. The computer does it for you. You don't have to pay the commission. And what you don't have to pay the commission means that your investment portfolio isn't reduced by the number of paying the commission. So if you have to pay somebody, imagine this. You had $20 and you have to put $20 into your car in gasoline every morning. Imagine that you had to go to the gas station and pay somebody to put the gasoline into your car, and you paid them out of the $20 every morning. That means over the course of a year, you have paid this person to pump your gas for you, and that's how much your total gas expense has been increased, reduced, however you want to look at it, versus if you put the gas into the car yourself and you didn't have to pay the commission. That's what this is talking about. So you don't have to pay somebody to invest. Many companies offer shares at a discount through their DRIP program from 1% to 10% of the current share price, between no commission and a price discount. The cost basis for owning shares can be significantly lower than if the shares were purchased on the open market. So you can be investing with zero commissions. A lot of investors would love this. What is the investor paying for then? Why isn't everybody doing this? Because the investor is trying to take advantage of up to the millisecond of the price change. That's what investors do. That's what day traders do. So they need up to the millisecond price change so that they can make $50,000, $10,000, because the price has changed this much in 1/1000th of a second. That's what they're paying for. They have to pay commission, yes, but that's what they're paying for. Well, this isn't for that. This is for somebody who wants to sit back and just reap the rewards of the stock going, either stock going up, or they issuing or having a good. They're selling a bunch of light bulbs that quarter, and they're issuing a dividend. And this is why this economy going up is fantastic for the stock market, because as the economy goes up, people get paid more. On average, $5,000 more a year. That's $5,000 more a year for 4 years that they didn't have before. An extra $5,000 a year. And so the economy is seeing an extra $5,000 a year across however many people, right? The people who gain the most were actually the lower and middle class. They don't want to tell you that on the news, because the news wants you to thinking that the rich got richer. Well, actually, in this case, the poor got richer. So, okay, so no commission on investing, right? And you can invest $20 and get $20 worth of. How much for one rib? So you don't have to buy a rack of ribs. You can buy one rib. You can buy a half of a rib. You got a rib. You got half of a rib, right? Long term, the biggest advantage of the effect of automatic reinvestment is the compounding of returns. Remember I talked about compound interest? We're talking about interest on interest on interest on interest. Here you have interest on interest on interest of your shares. So that you invested $20 and you end up with IBM stocks. A full share of IBM stock. You get in the mail Sharon White, on behalf of IBM, here is your one share of IBM stock. I'm not joking around. You receive that in the mail, and the company signs it, and you are now a stockholder in IBM. I don't believe you get that when you get 20% of a share of IBM. But when you get one stock, they send you a certificate of stock. There you go, huh? Welcome to the big league. Okay. Advantage for the company. The dividend-paying companies also benefit from drips in a couple of ways. First, when shares are purchased from the company for a drip, it creates more capital for the company to use. So the company is sort of being their own bank. So they're getting investors directly to the company. A lot of times on the open market, people trading shares are only people who have shares selling to somebody else. The company has nothing to do with it. It's only the long-term investors that buy directly from the company have received that money. So you can have a company that is going bankrupt and they have 1 million shares on the market trading, buying and selling, and the company doesn't see any of that $1 billion being traded on the market. Nothing. With the DRIP program, you're buying directly from the company. So out of nothing, they're issuing these partial shares to thousands, supposedly thousands of people. So then the company actually gets a benefit, which then you as the partial shareholder benefit from the company having more money. More money for a company is good. If you would like to donate to me, you can do that on the screen. Okay, second, shareholders who participate in a DRIP are less likely to sell their shares when the stock market declines. Partly that's because participants tend to be long-term investors and recognize the roles of their dividends play in long-term growth of their portfolio. If you had your stocks in a drip program in 2000 and 2001 and held it. Let's look that up. Here we go. Let's take the New Zealand stock market. I don't want to belabor the point. 2001 to 2020. If you held stocks in the stock market, we're looking at the New Zealand stock market here. Well, let me pull that up, I guess. Here we go. Here we go. If you held stock in the stock market in New Zealand, just an example. This is how much it would have gone up. That means you would have gone through the Bush years, gone through the Obama years, the full Bush years, the full Obama years, and today this is what you would have. How ridiculous is that? So when they say dividend investors know that they're in it for the long term, they know that's what they're talking about. There is nothing that you have in your house there's nothing that you have in your house that has gone up in value that much. Even real estate hasn't gone up that much. Okay, they give a real world example. 3M company offers a drip program administered by the should we take a look at 3M program? Company's transfer agent, EQ Share Owner Services. It gives registered shareholders the option of portion of dividends designated either by dollar percentage or by number of shares to buy shares. If they don't choose an option when they enroll in the plan, all their dividends will be reinvested. The company pays all fees in commission. The company pays all fees. The company pays all fees in commission. That's crazy. I could look 3M up. So this is a share owner online, and you can buy. I'm not endorsing these people at all. I'm just using them as an example. Enroll in a direct stock purchase plan today. So when I said the first thing you do is you save, you can determine how much you're going to save on your income every month. You can be putting in $20 into these programs. Not a whole bunch. If you lose it all, not a big deal to you, right? Unless you're me. What guy who appeared on what watch commercial? What? Who, the black guy? Oh, I don't watch TV. Was it on one of my ads? Anyway, so you could put in $20, boom, while you're trying to get a hold of how to save $50,000, $300,000 to retire early. You already have a thing that's already going. But let me remind you. Let me remind you of this chart. That's a crazy chart. That's a crazy chart. And this is the New Zealand NASDAQ. This is the I think the I'll look up the other stuff. I'll put all this other stuff on my Patreon for all of my Patreon people. I'll put all these charts and stuff up there. Oh, the Gillette response? Oh, okay. Didn't know that. You have to understand all those Gillette people, all of that stuff. Oh, what happened? Did somebody subscribe? I don't know. My things don't. It doesn't show me. My promises. To you. Was it Nightbot? It has to be Streamlabs, I believe. Editor. Everything logs me out and you have to do everything all over again. Apparently there's an update. Nothing? What? Okay. I get inquiring minds will never know. I guess. Okay. Anyway. Well, thank you for notifying me about your company's stuff. Whatever. And that is the chart that showed the number of... You're funny. Mario is funny. Okay, so anyway. So that was a long session of talking about, and we'll go on to the next part. Next part is women aren't retiring. I kind of touched on this already. Women aren't retiring, and they're not saving up like men at all. They did a report. CNBC. Is that Canadian? Or is that the... There's two things called CNBC, so when you're talking about investment, there's the commercial investing channel, the NBC commercial channel, the NBC business channel, and then there's the Canadian broadcasting channel. I don't know what it is. I'm assuming CNBC is a USA content partner offering financial news and commentary. Its content is produced independently of USA Today, so I'm guessing it's CNBC US. Okay. So, as per CNBC, the financial channel, well, why don't I pull it up? Right? Let me pull it up. Because everybody's asking me, source! Source! What's your source? What's your source? We don't believe you. We don't believe you. What's your source? Oh, yeah, so it's CNBC US. Millennials have it bad from student loan debt to. Okay. Student loan debt didn't just start with millennials. Gen X was complaining about student loan debt forever. And finally, Alan Dershowitz? No. Who was the Fed? Who was the Fed commissioner? The Fed commissioner said, first of all, for you all to even talk about student loans is really insulting because college is still a middle and upper middle class thing. That's all it is. Surprisingly, it's not an upper class thing, it's not a lower class thing. It is a middle and upper middle class thing. So this segment of the population goes to college. Any sort of argument about student loans only affects that segment of the population. Which means if taxpayers, that's everybody, has to then pay for student loans, it means that they're funding that segment of the population. That means poor people would be funding the middle and upper middle class. That is terrible. Women 65 to 75 are not retiring. Yeah, it is unjust. It is unjust on the face of it. Okay. Can we? Yeah. So, all right. It is unjust on the face of it. That you're going to talk about, oh, hey, we're going to pay off college student loans. So you get a 55-year-old man came up to Elizabeth Warren and said, I paid off my student loans. Am I going to get a refund if you do this free college student loans? What are we talking about here? Because I'm not going to pay taxes for you to turn around and then pay off some yuppie or whatever, some millennials student loan. Because they don't want to pay off their student loan. I pay off my student loan. What are you talking about? You're going to pay off somebody's student loan. Why? It wasn't unfair to me. In fact, nobody said it was unfair to me. And it was a major portion of my income to pay it back. And the whole idea is that you are going to make so much more money if you take out a student loan and go to college. And we're talking about middle and upper middle class people financially. So the idea is that you take a lower middle or middle class person, churn them through college, and they pop out middle and upper middle class. That's the idea. That's the whole idea. You're trading their youth for training to pop out people to run the middle of the country. Middle management, right? Because we can see that super duper rich people don't go to college. Super duper rich people don't. Who are the super duper rich people? If they're not black, let's completely cut out black people from this conversation completely, because it doesn't apply to black people. And I'm gonna get to black people in a minute. It doesn't apply to black people. Is that funny? For some reason, it doesn't apply to black people. For the most part, when you talk about a rich person, doesn't matter if they're white, Mexican, black. If you talk about a rich people, anybody other than black people, you're talking about an entrepreneur. That's it. You're talking about an entrepreneur. Has nothing to do with college. Absolutely nothing. It talks about the person's brain, their own self-education. This is why you see business people reading, self-educating themselves. So then if you start talking about we need to repay, we need to excuse college loans, that means that taxpayers, everybody, has to now pay for this segment of the population. Why? Why? That is unfair. That means poor people would be paying for richer than them people. That means poor people would bear the brunt. Well, poor people pay more of their percentage of their income in taxes. No, they don't. First of all, no, they don't. They pay a certain dollar amount. That dollar amount is so much that it hurts them the most. But everybody else, up of poor, that becomes less and less and less of a burden to them. The actual dollar amount to a person is burdensome, because then the poor person now has to adjust to, I can't afford ramen noodles because I paid $1 into taxes. $1 into taxes is absolutely nothing, but to a poor person is everything. So you're now raising taxes on poor people who the dollar amount is very painful. And you're getting poor people to pay for a middle and upper class person. So this whole, and it's mostly women, let's be honest, it's mostly women. Why? Because the men who actually go to college, we already know this, the men who actually go to college now are now being herded into STEM fields. Oh, I don't mean that they're being forced to take STEM. I mean that any man who thought about going to college and getting an English degree goes to college, goes to English class, and he's going to get flack from the teacher and the female students. Why are you here? Men are being squeezed out of college to such a degree that 60% of college degrees, so that's at the end of college, right? 60% of college degrees are now awarded to women. That's not how many get into college. That means after filtering out the men, 60% get the degrees are all women. So who's at the end of that, please pay off our college student loans? Mostly women. By definition, it's going to be mostly women. And in practical terms, it's mostly women screaming, please pay off our college student loans because we don't make money. So the men are being herded into STEM. The money, right? What'd you say? Tao the Wanderer. Most of the money to be made from a college degree is in STEM. I already did a video of top 10 majors to make money, that make the most money in college. All STEM. Top 10 most lucrative college majors. All STEM. All STEM. There is not anywhere near on that list talking about sociology, psychiatry, English, social studies. Not even accounting. And accounting is in the College of Business, College of Science. So the women are 60% of all the degrees are given to women. It's the women screaming about please pay off our college student loans because we're getting jobs that we cannot afford to pay off our college student loans. So then, when USA Today talks about millennial women are not saving money, Shakaama just told you why. Here we go. Just for starters, millennial women are earning less than men. The Wells Fargo study found that the median annual household income for millennial men was $77,000 compared with $56,000 for women. Does $21,000 a year make a difference? Yes. For a poor person, that's a whole extra poor person. $21,000 a year, that's a whole extra poor person. That's a whole extra human making money. $21,000. Are there Americans who make $20,000 a year? Yes. All day long. Millions of them. Live paycheck to paycheck. $20,000 a year. So, if a woman is making $20,000 a year less than a man, because through her own stuff, through her own decisions, so nobody but blame anybody else, that means that she is literally leaving money on the table from the get-go. So she's leaving, she has made a set of decisions to leave money on the table. Why do I say that? Because here's the very next thing. The gap was exactly what is for the general population. That was shocking to us. We thought younger women at this early stage would have narrowed the gap. Karen Wimbish. Karen Wimbish, reported by Kelly Holland. Karen Wimbish at Wells Fargo is saying, we've given them all the information. We've told them where to go work. We told them how much stuff jobs pay for. We told them what major to major in. We thought for sure they would go get an engineering degree and make $125,000 a year and make more than men. We thought for sure. We were positive, and that they would work 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week. We thought for sure that's what would happen. We're not talking about there's any sort of pressure for the women to not. No, they went to go work for the state in a social work position. And guess what? Sweden, which is super duper the most pro woman country in the entire world, has seen the same exact thing. Super duper pro woman. In fact, they don't make legislative decisions without consulting women. And what do they see? The same exact gap. That's not a gap. Same exact women making those decisions. And what are those decisions? I want to work and have my family lifestyle. I want to work and have the way that I have my free time. I want to work and be completely at ease at work. No stress. Don't bring the job home. This is how I want to live my life. Okay, what does that mean? That means you make $20,000 less than a man. Period. Right off the top. Why? Because that lifestyle and those jobs pay that. If you want more stress, if you want to work 80 hours a week, you can make $125,000 a year. But you have to put up with more stress, more hours worked a week, period. They found that men on average work 60 hours a week. Women on average work 30 hours a week. It was so bad that they said that women basically do not actually work full time. Not because anything that the company does, but that's what they want to do. That's all that they want to do. Now, millennial women tend to be less financially literate than their male peers, according to a study by the Financial Industry Regulations Authority, FINRA. FINRA is a bunch of accountants. They had to tell them, this is a woman, this is a man. Okay, what does your study mean? Okay, according to our charts, women exhibit behavior where they are not as financially literate as men across the board by a factor of 60 to 70%. Are men going to a special school where they learn financial education? No. Why? Because for the most part, men aren't in college. A majority of men work in the trades. They're plumbers, truck drivers, carpenters, they're elevator workers, they're in the union, they're blue collar workers for the most part. Flip that around, the others are in business, entrepreneurs, high positions in corporations, because that's what they're striving for. And then there's another study outside of this that said for men, it's never, especially men who actually make money. And when I say actually make money, I'm talking about men who make $100,000 and up, right? $100,000, $1 million. It's not the money for them. To say that the national average is something like $60,000 a year. So we're talking about men who are way above the national average. $100,000 up is not the money for them. It is the game. So they don't mind working 80 hours a week. Something ridiculous like 1 hour off. Something ridiculous like go to a restaurant for dinner and go back to work. I mean, working a full day going to dinner. Nice dinner. $200 a plate. But then turn around and going back to work again. I'm sure you heard about the Japanese doing that, right? And having very severe health problems. That's what they do. And then the company says it's all hands on deck. Everybody has to forced overtime. Yeah, we're gonna pay you a 1.5 or even double, but it's forced overtime. You got to come in. Then we have a slew. They pushed and pushed and pushed to get women CEOs, and then we had a slew of women quit being CEOs. The last holdout was this Indian CEO, the Indian lady, cultural Indian lady, and she was the CEO of, I can't remember. And they said, "Why are you quitting?" Because my daughters hate me. Losing my husband, I want to go back home and stop working forever. This is what I want. Male CEOs, are they quitting? No. Why? Do they not love their family? No, that's just what men do. A guy wrote a letter anonymously to the internet and said, "My wife quit her job. I want to quit my job too. I want her to go back to her job. And she's putting pressure on me to have a certain lifestyle. So I can't quit this $300,000 a year, $500,000 a year job. Because she wants to maintain this lifestyle. She wants to go to the parties. She wants to have a brand new dress every time that we go out. She wants to drive a certain brand new car. Every year, a brand new car. She wants this lifestyle, but she won't go back to work." We had a child. She quit. And then by the second child, she says she's quitting forever. She's never going back to work. But child's in school. She's not needed. But she won't go back to work. I didn't say anything about that. I'm telling you that the men have these responsibilities and they take the responsibilities seriously, and this is what they do. So he says, my doctor says I'm in bad health and I'm working myself into even worse health. I want to quit, but she doesn't want to give up the lifestyle. They've had a conversation. They've already had their conversation about the marriage and about where they want. Women don't do that. Women don't want to work 80 hours a week, even if they're the CEO. What happened? You fell asleep on me? What time is it? It's only 10 o'clock. Oh, what was it? The Pepsi woman? It was the Indian lady. She was, and then all of the advocates were saying, "Oh, we have less women CEOs now than when we started. We started with a bang. We had 7 women Fortune 500 CEOs, and there's what is it? 200 Fortune 500 companies." And only 7 women, and like 3 or 4 quit in 1 year, over the course of a year. And the others just didn't give an interview at all. But the Indian lady was nice enough to give an interview and say, "Hey, just the idea of me quitting, my daughters have fallen back in love with me as a mom. because they want me home. And by gum, that's what I'm doing. And it says, "Are you naming a woman to take care of take your place?" No, I'm naming a man. No woman wants this. Trust me, they don't want this. No, I'm not naming a man to take my place. I already know a woman doesn't want this. Not if she's married with children. I already know it. And that was a big deal too. That all the women CEOs who quit all named male CEOs as their successors. Why is that? Hey. The best person for the job was this guy. Trust me, no woman wants to. Trust me. For all of the CEO position is such a cushy position. Oh, it's so romantic and they make so much money. You can make money doing a whole bunch of stuff. You don't have to be a CEO of nothing. There are plenty of people who make way more money than CEOs who aren't even involved in a quote unquote business. You can buy a chair, I think it's called this, on the stock market floor and make more money than a lot of people see working in business for 20 years in one afternoon, if you know what you're doing. Making $1 million, piece of cake. You buy a seat on the actual stock market floor, you're good to go. If you know what you're doing, you're good to go. You can make in one afternoon what other people who are in business take a whole year to make. And we're talking about people who actually make a lot of money. Talking about the business people who work a whole year, make a whole lot of money. But on the stock market floor, you could just make gobs of money. Are there women on the floor? No. You talk about stress. That's some stress. You remember Trading Places and the guy fainted and fell out in one of the scenes? That's it. And it's so bad, of course, that they kept screaming, take the pits away off of the stock market floor. Take the pits completely away. They're terrible. The men yelling and screaming at each other, take those away. Take those away because it's terrible. And then we finally have the good news. Hansel says, is when women receive financial education, they do tend to quickly increase their savings. I look at some of the tools offered by employers, and I think that will help enormously, she said. Of course, the person has to avail themselves of the tools offered to them. And they just haven't been doing that. Okay, so dun, 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 dun. Now we go on to bachelors and unmarried fathers living their best lives. I said this the other day in one of in the comment section that you do not need to you don't need to punish yourselves because you have not just an idea, but the evidence is showing you that getting married with a woman is no good for you. Still have a child. Still have a child. Still go on, have a child. Maybe make some arrangement. Maybe have a surrogate mother. That might turn out bad. But if is a child coming into existence, that's all I care about. Carry on your legacy so that when you leave here, you can leave your legacy to somebody that's yours. That's specifically yours, right? This is what I believe. So, in spite, and I say, I want to present to you the best possible wife that you could have. Men are trying to live their best lives ever now, right? Before it was the responsible male. So I just got off of that story talking about the responsible male. The responsible male is my wife quit her job, but she still wants to keep her lifestyle. And the lifestyle is that I make $500,000 a year, but it is so stressful and I'm never home. So that the 2 kids that I have, I never get to see. But she wants to have a brand new car every year, and she wants to live in this 15-bedroom house. She wants to go to the party with a brand new dress on, diamonds on her around her neck. Every single party. She wants a vacation in the Bahamas. She wants to get daycare when she goes out shopping. That we pay what, $1,000 a week or something crazy. She wants this. I'm responsible. So now you're seeing men shift away from that and living the best lives that they possibly can. What does that mean? That means that you don't have an instance where men are ruining their life and their health to go to these jobs and work 60 hours a week to pay for bills and stuff for people who seemingly don't appreciate it. Right? And I'm saying, okay, live your best life, but don't punish yourself by not having a legacy. That means not having a boy to pass your stuff on to. So in furtherance of that, I try and do research to find you the best possible women for you to marry. They say 50% of marriages end in divorce. Okay, they don't tell you that 50%, that other 50% that does not end in divorce, those people actually kind of stay married the entire time. The other 50% actually is a sort of revolving door. This is what they don't tell you. So there's a whole group of 50% of people who get married who just stay married. And here's what I'm trying to research to get you to those women. And where are they? What kind of attitude do they have? What kind of town do they live in? Where do they grow up? What kind of experiences do these women have? Because I already know. I do stats, right? I did a few semesters and masters. You have to take stats. This is like the first thing that you take when you get a master's. What they're not telling you is that the divorce rate is a bunch of people doing a revolving door. Once you divorce, a lot of people are on a treadmill of divorce. So I want you to hurdle over that group, and I want you to get to the group there where they just stay married. And the news doesn't want to report about those people. Of course they don't, because the news wants drama. They want chaos. They want, oh my God. I also looked into, is there a whole bunch of terrible stuff in marriage? No. 1 out of 100 marriages has some sort of chaos in it. 1 out of 100. That means, for the most part, people who get married come home, eat dinner, watch TV, go to bed, wake up, make lunches for the kids, and go off to work. And they repeat that over and over and over. And nothing exciting happens. And all of these magazines telling women, you gotta have excitement in your marriage. Okay, well, that's... Finally, we're coming out and say, no! That's the point of marriage. Excitement is for people who are not married. The point of marriage is for you to, what? Settle down. No drama. But you get force fed endless stream of movie stars, and I've told you point blank, I said them dating, I know for a fact that was arranged. This manager of this person and this manager of this person got together and said, here's what we can do. Why don't we have them say that they're dating? This manager of this person and this manager of this person got together and said, why don't we say that they got married? You don't have any movies on your whiteboard this year. Why don't you get married and have a child? You want a child, right? Why don't you get married and have a child? Okay, who am I going to marry? I know the manager of Five Guys. And for anybody who thinks it doesn't go like that, Shakaama needs to pat you on the head and tell you that you're simple. Patrick Anand, I'm trying to get to so I've whittled it down to conservative women. I've whittled it down to certain religions, but that are not cults. So I'm trying to perfect which of these women are getting married and just staying married. I think for the most part, you go out on a date, and one of the first 5 questions is, so that she doesn't even know, what kind of magazines? What magazines do you read regularly? If she says Cosmo, you should just end the date right. If she says Gillette magazine, just end the date right there. Because those magazines are trying to create, they want people to buy the magazine. What kind of news channels do you watch? There you go. There's another one. I was gonna make a 100 questions I ask people. This is why I'm single, because no girl passes the test. I already know she's not gonna. But half the time, I already know she's not gonna pass the test, without even asking her a question, because just the way of her coming up to me. Now, I may not look it, but some people consider me handsome. And women approach me and they go, oh, hi, how you doing? Oh my god, I saw you from over there. What kind of car do you drive? I don't even need to get into the 100 questions. Right? I don't need to get into 100 questions. I already know. Okay, so it was supposed to that was supposed to be. Oh, here we go. Subscribed. Okay, Milan Dami subscribed. Oh, these people aren't in here probably. It even tells me. Oh wow, tells me my Facebook stuff. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, so next topic. So women don't save money. Okay. Bachelors and unmarried fathers are living their best lives. I want to encourage you to retire early, but I want you to encourage to at least have a son. And if you're gonna have a kid, have two. Don't have one kid. I'm not gonna start crying, but this topic brings me the tears. Do not have a single child. And I don't mean that they have stepbrothers. No, that's not good enough either. Have two blood brothers, blood sisters. Not the child of somebody else plus the child of somebody else. No. If you're going to have a child, have two. Prepare for two. I'm telling you, from the point of view of an only child, it is horrible to live a life without a brother or sister. It is horrible. It is awful. I have a hole in my heart missing the non-brother and non-sister. Don't do that to anybody. Even don't have them more than 5 years apart. Because you don't even feel connected to that person. That's a whole other person. People have children 10 years apart. Although my grandmother had 15 children, the younger ones almost do not feel any connection with their older siblings because they were never in the house when they were coming up. They were already gone. They have children their age. So no, don't. Nothing outside of the best would be 2 or 3 years. Kind of close. It's far enough apart that you're not like holding an infant and have to hold another infant in your own, right? So maybe not 1 year apart, but 2 to 3 years apart. Where the other one is walking, then have another child. It is terrible. I know some people might not believe in that, but I believe that. I have a hole in my heart for not having a brother or sister. It's terrible. Okay, what was I doing? So I encourage you, even if you recognize and realize and are aware that society is now trying to promote women, 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 and the only reason that they're promoting women, women, women is because women are consumers. We've been talking about this the whole time, that women are consumers, women aren't saving. We're talking about early retirement, and the only way that women are retiring early is when they're married to a man. And even then, that the man has to literally impose his will on the woman to stop spending. And that's the only time that the woman goes into early retirement with her husband. Now, of course, I don't think those couples have problems in the marriage as far as getting divorced, because that woman has seen the light, and more often than not, she's making all sorts of sacrifices to get to the position that they are going to retire. And she definitely sees that they are a team. that she and her husband are a team. And they put this tremendous team effort that both of them are going to retire early. We need to get out of the rat race. Yes, honey, we need to get out of the rat race. And so they've changed their entire attitude towards society, and boom, they did it. That does not happen on a woman by her own. Next one, studying actual 10 retirement plans. Okay. So let's see here. So, some practical knowledge, actual practical. I gave you my idea. Okay, let's do a more conservative one. So Investopedia is one of the is this Investopedia? Who is this? Oh, there's a whole thing of just retire by 40. I want to look at Investopedia. Here we go. So they're talking about, like I said, retiring so that you have $1 million. I have to take a quit night, then back up with my teens. Okay. Let's I want to take a look at I want to take a look at something secretly here. That's kind of funny. Is YouTube destroying all the other stuff? So instead of having thousands of views, YouTube takes away all the other views that I receive every minute and reduces the entire channel views by the amount of people watching right now, such that I don't get any more views per hour. This is all the algorithm. Can you all see this? And I don't even think that they're calculating this appropriately. And the fundraiser is not really going well. Okay. Okay, so let's go to retire by 40. If this is not interesting to people, notice it's no longer 40 people watching me. And I noticed that this is the time that Australia kicks in and other people's Great Britain kicks in and stuff like that. If there's something more interesting that you would like me to do, I can go back to doing comedy. I can go back to what would you all like? Who's here and would like to see something else? This is a show. You all asked for me to do this. I took a poll before even coming here, asking Yes, a lot of people, I was going to say, a lot of people, retiring early has been going on for years, right? Decades. And for the most part, the men who have done the actual retiring early were military men who calculated, I don't even have to make that much money. I can make $50,000 and move to the Philippines. I can make $60,000 and move to Cambodia. I can make $30,000 and move to Southeast Asia and live like a king off of $30,000. And the interest that I make in U.S. banks will more than enough offset my lifestyle in Cambodia. Tell us where the good women are. Well, here's the problem. Women, here's the problem. Once you introduce a woman, and this is what the courts have already said, this is why the courts do this. Once you introduce a woman to a certain lifestyle, she then adjusts her world to that lifestyle, right? So that if you introduce a woman to eating at a $10 a plate restaurant, where she was $10 cover the whole burger and fries and soda, and you then introduce her to a restaurant where the plate is $10, she then adjusts her lifestyle to being used to eating at a restaurant where the plate is $10. Right? Same thing, $20 a plate, $100 a plate, $200 a plate, right? You can't then rewind the clock to the woman that you met that would mend socks when you first met her. You ruin the woman, and now you have a mess on your hand. If you don't want to be a baller and impress women, you live how you actually want to live, meet the woman, introduce her to that lifestyle, and then you're happy, right? A lot of people want the what do they call it? The trophy wife. You know, the pretty wife on your hand. Oh, how you doing? They want the trophy wife, but they can't get the trophy wife on budget lifestyle. Budget lifestyle is how the true wife material lives. That doesn't mean that there are no pretty budget lifestyle wives. There are plenty budget stuff. You have to set your foot down point blank. If you want trophy wife, you're going to have a trophy wife lifestyle. If she's going to have a tiny little waist and a bunch of makeup and big hair, you're going to have to get tiny little waist, big hair lifestyle. Right? And for the most part, she's probably coming from a father who's treated her like that. But you can't take a woman from budget lifestyle, turn her into trophy wife looking lifestyle, and then not expect her to be trophy wife lifestyle. You ruin the woman. But if you want a good looking budget lifestyle wife, go out and get you go out and fish, right? Plenty of fish in the sea, right? Go out and fish. Is it? Would you live on a budget? Would you live on a budget? Would you live on a budget? Would you live on? And don't pay attention to any of those women who go, "How dare you live on a budget? Oh my God! No man should." That's just that her. That's just her. That's not every woman. That's just her. She's unique. She's probably. I have almost a degree in psychology. She's probably wishing that she had trophy wife style status. Right? That's what's going on there. Men have to now be educated in psychology to get a real woman. But there's no around it now. These days, you have to be fishing. Would you live on a budget? 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 Would you live on a? If we had 3 children in the house, would you reduce that budget even more? If we had 4 children in the house, would you reduce your budget even more? That's what you have to look for. If you want trophy wife party girl, you're going to get trophy wife party girl. If you want fun girl, you're going to get fun girl. Where's the shock? Where's the surprise? And I know that people are shaming men into, well, you should treat all women as party girls. No, party girls should be party girls. Traditional wives should be traditional wives. Now, if you go onto YouTube and search traditional wife, you're going to find very good looking traditional wife. And are they traditional wives? They certainly are. But I did a video the other day talking about, or I did a post the other day talking about, because of the way society is right now, there doesn't really seem to be a place for traditional wives. Meaning, cooking, cleaning, staying at home, gardening, repainting the house. Traditional wives actually worked. There's a lot of people who confuse traditional wives with something completely different. Traditional wives actually worked. This whole idea that the women were forced to stay home and that they did nothing, and or they slaved over a hot stove and they weren't allowed to. That's not how it was. And for the working class woman, there was never a point where she didn't work. If there was money to be made to generate into the actual income into the household, she always worked. Working class families always worked, man and wife. There was never a difference, almost, except that a man worked at a job where he could use his muscles more. That's it. That was the only difference. Yeah, and I looked over. The BBC has a entire series talking about how the Victorian era used to be, and they went over exactly what men and women used to do. And women worked at the same factories that the men worked. That you want a good wife, you're going to have to go fishing for it. Do you want to live on a budget? Because I want to raise a family. Family is budgeting. They came out with researching a family. Do we actually need child support? And the conclusion of that study was no. The whole entire idea of child support is wrong-headed. Because what happens is the adults in a house don't spend more on the children, that's not what happens. Dad doesn't go out and magically get a job that pays $25,000 or more a year. Dad makes the same amount of money, and the adults adjust the budget to pop out a child, to pop out 2 children, to pop out 3 children, to pop out 4 children. The adults, the responsible adults in a household, readjust the budget to accommodate living with each child. If you need that study, I'll find it for you. So their conclusion was, at no point did they ever discover any point where child support was needed at all. That means the woman on her own, who has a child on her own that she takes care of, she should be adjusting her lifestyle to that child, not sending a man to jail. And we find tragedies of tragedies that the woman doesn't adjust herself to the lifestyle of the child. She actually increases her lifestyle. So we end up with very tragic consequences where the child goes hungry. Child support, yeah. Every month. Every week. Some child support payments are every week. And the child is going hungry. Very tragic instances. Why? Because the attitude, this whole attitude is completely wrong-headed. And for the most part, these are not responsible adults dealing with children. To the point where you have women intentionally dating, marrying, getting pregnant, divorcing, getting custody, all this to increase their lifestyle. And absolutely no care for the man, no care for the child, no care for the system at all. And then the system says, no, you cannot, and we will not monitor, what's the word? We will not account for what the woman is actually paying or how she's using the child support. There are traditional wives, so don't let understand that the media is trying to sell media. There's a court case that says it is not the job of the media to tell the truth. Who was in that court case? All media. Who? NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, Bloomberg, CNBC. All on one side. Oh, you thought that there was some difference between them? No. The media is in the business of selling media. The courts have not only have they said it is not the responsibility of the media to tell the truth, because the media at this point is no more than entertainment, which means that the media can tell jokes. Jokes are not the truth. The media has no responsibility to tell the truth. You cannot sue the media for not telling the truth. You cannot sue the media for misrepresenting the truth. Like I said, the entire media was on one side. They also said the federal agency over media has no authority by Constitution, by definition, by Congress, no authority over the media to force them to tell the truth. The Federal Communication, the FCC, right? That the FCC has no authority to force the media to tell the truth. So, if the media says all women should be free, all women should work, all women should believe in this, that is not the truth. You should not accept it as the truth. The media has no responsibility to tell the truth. At no point should you expect the media or police to tell the truth. Shakaama is going to tell you the truth. Now, are there traditional wives? Yes. But here's the caveat to that, the buyer beware to that. Are there traditional wives? Yes. 100% yes, right? But they sit in a position where they're no longer needed. There's no real place for a traditional wife. I know that sounds like I'm saying two different things, but I'm really not. I'm telling you what the actual society, how the society is formed now. All of those other women have so forced the issue and have so rearranged society that the position of a traditional wife is just not needed. You might as well be Amish. You want a woman to sit at home, take care of the home, budget for the home, and stretch every dollar that comes into the house twice, twofold, 200%. That's great. That exists. But it's just not needed. When you can have a woman who works. Unfortunately, a woman who works is going to come with all of this other baggage. So you either have a woman that you don't need at all. And when I say she's not needed, the whole wifely duty stuff is not needed anymore. In the bedroom, not needed anymore. Why? Because there is, at the other spectrum, women who can come in and perform wifely duties at the drop of the hat. You don't have to do anything. You just have to talk, whisper sweet nothings into their ear. If that's what you want, you can just whisper. Learn the top 10 things, 10 things to say, whisper sweet nothing into a woman's ear. Go find you one of those types of women. Bring her home. There you go. I'm good for the week. Bye. And she will say, bye. And if you want 2 kids, which I'm suggesting, have them on your own. Get a tutor. Get a bunch of tutors to homeschool your child. If you want to really do it right. Have a boy and a girl. You really want to do it right. Then in your old and gray years, get a house big enough to so that they can move all of their families in if you're so inclined. And that's how you do it. The traditional wives are out there, but society makes it so that she's not needed at all. There's no instance. There's no use for. Like I said, you might as well be Amish. We are doing this because this is what we believe. Okay. I'm doing this because I want a traditional wife. Okay, you want a traditional wife? She's there. Will she divorce me? No. But you're probably reducing your lifestyle because of it. And that was the whole point of the section talking about men are living the best lives that they can. That means that they are spending money on themselves, they're going on vacations, they're going seeing the world, they're having experiences that they probably never would have had if they were married at 30 and had two or four kids at home and a wife, and they have to budget everything and have to go to work 60 hours a week. But now they're doing the exact opposite. They're working 60 hours a week, but now they take a whole month off of vacation and go to Botswana or Nigeria and or Kenya and to the luxury bungalows in the middle of the jungle and watch lions walk by or giraffes or gorillas. And then come back and do their 60 hours a week for the rest of the year. Eating at fancy restaurants with the boys. Have a game room the size of, most arcades, right? Have parties with scantily clad women all over the place. Men or women living their best lives. Is there a traditional wife? Yeah. Will she divorce you? No. But also, she's going to be all like, I want to decorate the house for the mom and the kids. We have to have a kids room. You want to, and she will say, you want a bachelor room? What did they call it? What do they call it? A man cave? Yeah, you can have a man cave, but it's going to be for the entire family. So you're not going to have a man cave, totally man cave, right? There's not going to be this, we can't come in here. Because that's what traditional wives do. But you're going to have wife and kids. You're not going to live the bachelor lifestyle. You want that? It's available. I'm telling you, it's available. Don't give in to the whole media hype of this is how it is, because that's not how it is. I'm saying, at the very least, you should have 2 kids, all of you. Okay. All right. I was looking at studying the 20 to 30 year plan. It's possible to retire at 40, but it takes a lot of planning and aggressive saving to do it. Start by running the numbers to find out how much money you'd need to save each month to retire early. I already said this. Is that right? Am I a genius? I'm a genius. These people are financial planners and all that stuff, right? If you're saying target seems out of reach, look for ways. What happened there? Look for ways to spend. Oh, I guess it doesn't want to do it. How about this? No. To spend less and earn more now. When you're young, when you're 20, when you're 18, when you're 16. Can you survive on ramen noodles? Yes. Yes, you can. I've done it. So if you can survive on ramen noodles, get you a nice job, survive on ramen noodles, squirrel away $500,000 at the age of 18. Don't buy anything. You're going to live at home. If you have good parents, you tell them, hey, look, I want you to set me up for life. I want to squirrel away $500,000. If you have good parents, good responsible parents, good parents who believe in you, good parents who want to see you succeed. So this goes out to everybody, right? Ask them to stay with them till you can squirrel away $500,000. Possibly buy you a house. That's huge, right? And this is going to be a house that's going to stay with you forever. When you move out of the house, you're going to rent it out to other people. So you generate income, right? A lot of poorer people don't look at life like this, right? He's 18, he's going to get out. There's a meme going around talking about showing with a little cartoon on the side, and it's talking about this is how people who kick their children out at 18 look. And of course, the kid has nothing at 18. Nothing. You don't go from zero to your life being literally paid for by somebody else to going on your own with zero income and nobody paying for you. That is not a plan for success. And any parent who would do that really needs to be kicked in the shins. You got a spoon radio. Since there is a bias in a female-dominated career industry, should men seek entrepreneurship and skill trade? That's a very good idea. And a lot of trade people, I read everything. I go onto every website. This is probably why Google has no idea how old I am or what I actually do for a living, because I go onto all sorts of websites. I go onto the new mommy website. I'll go into the website that my kind shouldn't go on. And I go into the trade websites. And I go into the men's websites who discuss stuff. And the trades say, I don't hire women. They don't really apply, but I don't hire women. They don't really apply. So it's a no-brainer, right? So there you go. You go learn to be a carpenter. Then you open up your carpenter company and hire a bunch of men. Boom. There you go. You go learn to be a plumber, then open up your company, be a plumber company. Hire a bunch of men. It's needed. Let me say this. It's needed because there are a lot of unemployed men. I don't care what they talk about. They say on the what did I tell you? The media has no authority. No, are not forced to tell the truth. No matter what they say about the economy and how fantastic it is, there are a bunch of unemployed men. And for all of the people who say, well, they should just go and apply. If I told you, you should just go put no money down on a house and buy a house and renovate it, would you know how to do that? Most everybody watching this would not know how to do that. Even with me saying this is what you should do. To go, and a lot of you would say, you can't buy a house with no money down. Yeah, you can, and you can make $40,000 on it. And you can adjust it so that you don't have to pay taxes. Boom! All legally, perfectly legally. Do you know how to do that? No. So don't say these men should just go apply for plumber. No. You, who know carpentry, plumbing, electricity, or whatever, start you a business and then go advertise to all the men saying, I am looking for 20 plumbers. We'll train you. Don't worry, we got you covered. Can you carry 60 pounds? Yes? Come on, work for us. It's needed. It is needed as much as the economy is booming. There's a whole bunch of unemployed people. I tried to help a kid out, a streamer, and he begged and begged and begged. Now, here's people who. So I'm full of a bunch of knowledge, right? Doesn't really help me because I'm not really in the best of health. Tried to help a kid out. He asked me for my help. I said, I just saw in New York, where you're sitting, that they have a free program paid for by the state, paid for by the company, where you will get plumbing training for free, and that the average graduate coming out of it is making $75,000 a year. I don't know what $75,000 a year in New York City is. Is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. Sounds like a bunch of money, but I don't live in New York City. In Vegas, $75,000 is pretty good. New York City, from what I hear, probably not that great. You probably still need roommates. You probably still need to be eating ramen. I don't know. He says, please go and find that out for me. I then went back and researched that for a whole day. Then I came back and gave him all of the information, links and everything. And of course, he did absolutely nothing. He said he didn't want to do that. Because his father was kicking him out, of course. His father was kicking him out. How dare he stream? I said, well, you're young, good looking boy, streaming. You should be able to actually make enough money. If you worked it right, you should be, he actually paid for some of my stuff. You should be able to make enough money streaming. Because I already know the formula of streaming. Boy, good looking, young. I'm a boy, but I'm not good looking. I'm not young. Well, some people don't think I'm good looking. And white-ish. The top people, streamers, are boys. Underneath them are girls who show off all sorts of stuff. But the top streamers are all men. Of varying ages, too. But they're all men. The top streamers. Why? Because men put more effort into making the whole experience of streaming much better, right? I hope I can compare to that. But I can't. What happened? What happened? God, EDU, what did you say? Don't be retracting. What did you... What... You stop that. Patrick Anon, you're absolutely right. Okay, so let's take a look here. If you can, you see these things about the white people get ahead because they have generational wealth. I live in a whole section where everybody around me is actually dirt poor, and they're all white. In fact, the last black family moved out. Oh, we were never friends, but the last black family moved out. They're all dirt poor. They're all struggling. This is why when I struggle, it is a big deal. Because I don't have anybody else to fall on. They're all 5 to 20 people per house. So if one of them struggles, the rest could pick it up, right? And that's how you should really look at a family. I don't know why we have this instance where the women are uh, packing up and destroying the family. I don't get it. But the best thing to do is to set up the kid for his life. That means when you get old and gray, you have a kid that can set you, take care of you, that can afford to take care of you. How about that one? The whole idea that, oh, well, that's Italians. They live 20 to a house. No. The parents set up the children so that the children could have a house big, or they kept making additions to the house so that they could have 40 people living in a house and not right up on top of each other. They could have the west wing, the east wing, and the south wing, and the north wing, and they all gather around for mama's dinner. It doesn't make sense for you to push a kid out to go spend a bunch of money, $100,000, $300,000, $500,000 on a house, on an additional house, when you could, for $60,000, make an addition to your house, and boom, you got a live-in a live-in son and his wife, and she doesn't get anything. There you go. Son moves in the. You want to get a divorce? Get a divorce. Okay, go ahead, get a divorce. He has to pay for my house. No, he doesn't. His house belongs to his dad, their family. There you go, problem solved. Boom, problem solved. I solved all of United States problems right there. I was just saying, would having a degree in a trade be helpful for men in the work industries? That's all. Oh, okay. Why did you delete that message? I don't get it. A man should start going to tech Aggie tech universities. I don't know. They were saying it's not as bad as the media reports. 90% of the farms are not run by big conglomerates. I think they said it's something like 50-50. And you have states where it's nothing but farmers who've been here from day one, and they all have about 60 acres, 200 acres, something like that. I don't know what an acre is. I'm a city boy. And I said, yeah, this is what we do. You know, we work from sun up to sundown. We still do that, even with fantastic new machines that do all of the work for us. And you can go hire yourself out to another farmer. Why? Because you have the expertise, and that farmer can now go do 20 other things, right? I've been on jobs where the foreman said, I don't want somebody with a degree. I want somebody who can do the work. Awesome. That's amazing. I want to encourage that. What's going on? Oh, is that my pictures behind? Okay. That's weird. It's kind of strange. Okay. All right, so what's the next topic? Next topic is the difficulties of being a black man and money. 90% of the 1% of black people financially all have degrees. Undergraduate degree, master's degree, more huge chunk master's degree, huge chunk PhDs. So that if you're black, you must be, can I say this? You must be educated. Will you fall into the 10% of black millionaires who do not have any education? Is there a possibility? There's a possibility, but there's a 90% chance that with a degree, you will move into millionaire status if you have a degree, if you're a black man. Because that's what that says, right? It says black people with degrees are more than likely going to move into the 1%. That's what that means. And it also means that if you do not have a degree, you have a very large percent chance, 99%, that you will not move into the 1%. Because that's how data works, right? 99% of the black population is not a millionaire. Or even close. Of the people who are in the 1%, 90% of those have an education. So this entire speech doesn't apply to black men at all. Because that's what the data just shows. It shows that black men, black entrepreneurs are mostly educated. Is that simple? It actually seems sort of simple, right? You want your kid to succeed as a black parent? Send them off to college. Preferably a black college. Why preferably a black college in 2020? 99% of the black people with a college degree graduate from a black school. Let me repeat that. Of the people who have a degree and are black, almost all of them go to black schools. Is there a problem with white schools? No. There's not a problem with white schools. Do black people who go to white schools not graduate? A lot don't. A lot do not. Is there any sort of data showing that black kids who would have otherwise succeeded in college went to a white school and did not succeed? Yes. Thomas Sowell has already touched upon that. He's written articles, he's written books, and he says stop sending black kids to white schools. Now, if you were a white kid of equal level to a black kid, and this is just how the world works, some people are born beautiful, some people are not, right? So there are different levels of everything, right? If you were a white kid of the same exact level as a black kid in intelligence and study habit and all that sort of stuff, and you went to these same white schools, would you fail too? Yes. So, is there something wrong with the white school? No, there's nothing wrong with the white school. There's something wrong with you sending a black kid at a different level to a school that he's not supposed to be in. Simply because he's black. Here's another interesting fact about that. Are the black schools easier than white schools? No, and matter of fact, it's the opposite. Black kids who go to black schools work twice as hard as white kids who go to white schools. Let me repeat that. Black kids who go to black colleges and universities are forced to work twice as hard, do twice as much work, study twice as much to get almost one grade lower than white kids who go to white schools and get a degree. How do they know that? Cross university studies. It is black kids enrolled in black schools who also go and take classes in white schools. What did the study find? It found that the white classes, after being used to the black school, go to the white classes, you don't have to study anywhere near as hard in the white school. So why are they being failed out of white schools? That's a different school. Completely different school, completely different curriculum, and completely different expectation of the student body that is coming in. So all of the super duper intelligent people going to these super duper schools are expected to already know astrophysics, quantum mechanics. But you're sending the top black student from Alabama High to these schools. He was great at Alabama High. He's not so great at MIT. Completely different set of circumstances. Like I said, there are some people who are gorgeous. There are some people who are ugly. That's just how life is. Have you had a failing black kid go to a white university, and then go to a black university and come out summa cum laude or magna cum laude? Yes. What happened? The black university sparked and told them, get on your job and get off your butt, and you got to do twice as hard. I made straight A's. I worked 3 and 4 times as hard as I've ever worked in my life at a black school. That's just how it is. In a lot of major cities, there are also a high rate of unemployed black men. Yes, and black youth. Yes. Do black men in the U.S. sleep with their maids? What? What are you talking about me? The reason I ask that question is because people are saying college is useless. I'm glad you clarified it. Some of them educated, overqualified with felonies due to the default child support payment. Oh. That's terrible. Arnold Schwarzenegger slept with his maid. That's a good measure of success. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about me. I categorically can deny sleeping with my maid. Okay, so being black and having money as a man. It doesn't apply to women because black women are in a completely different category. This is what they want. This is what they got. I can't talk about black women because financially I don't know what they're doing. They're in a category all on their own. I know that they don't make as much as a black man, although they are way more educated than black men. What did I say? To be a millionaire as a black man, more often than not, you have to be educated. Then you have to then go into the quality of the education. What do these educated black millionaire men, what education are they educated in? And when I say millionaire, I'm almost joking around. The number one franchisee for McDonald's is a black consortium, a black conglomerate. It is a huge black corporation that owns, and I didn't even know this was a thing, thousands and thousands and thousands of McDonald's. You know, for the most part, investing into a McDonald's means success because, right? I think number 1, 2, 5, 10 black corporations. So they make ridiculous amounts of money, right? Hello, Reginald Blaylock. How you doing? Degreed education without an outlet has led to large unemployment for black men. Skilled trades were wiped out through unions as well. That's taken out of the public school system. Yes. Now, I'm glad you talked about that, Jake. I took an Uber one day with my friend. And we were talking about a kid. I don't know if he was here. And I said, well, he's making bad grades. Well, he can just go to the vocational tech, to learn a trade. And the Uber driver told me, here in Las Vegas, they have switched that completely on its ear so that the kids who go to Votech are the kids who make straight A's. And I almost became unglued. Why would they switch it so that the kids who are making straight A's, only they can go to Votech? That doesn't make any sense. Do you know why that doesn't make any sense? Because a kid who makes straight A's, for the most part, is going to be successful in life. If you don't even have to be smart about it. If you make straight A's, you can set up your life to be successful in life, period, right? Votech, vocational training, were for the kids who went to juvie and all that sort of stuff. They sent them to Votech so that when they graduated, they can have a trade and still make money, and the unions and the construction companies were happy to have them because they knew what they were doing, and they knew that they weren't really going to go anywhere because they had this monkey hanging on their back called the government to check up on them. So now they have made the poor people who are going to be poor, who are slated to be poor in life, those who went to juvie, to remain poor. I'm tempted to try and find a lawsuit somewhere to completely change that. That's crazy. That's crazy. You have institutionalized the police will have something to do. And what is a straight A student gonna want? What he's gonna have the option. Well, you could come to college when he graduates, or you could come to college to all of these other places. So he has way more options than going into the trades. So you've just wasted 4 years of some kid going to Votech. I think it's crazy. Bo says created in New York State as another roadblock towards being able to afford the training and apprenticeships. Now, of course, I would assume that the most people who were going to Votech when I was in school were black, because I believe that's what I heard. I believe I was asked that too. Do you go to Votech? Why are you asking it? Okay, so there is a education, black man education connection. So now, how does a black man plan on retiring early? We talked about everybody else retiring early. Is there some sort of different plan that the black man has? Yeah. For the most part, the black man has to open up a business or go into real estate. The black man has to do something on his own. Surprise, surprise. Although the news wants to tell you this, that women are the biggest startup companies for the past 3 years or something like that. It's not the truth. The biggest group that has started businesses have been black people, mostly men. Heads and shoulders above everybody else. If we're doing a per capita, it's something like a 90% increase, and it's thousands upon thousands of startups. So if you were into the business of handing out money to invest in startup companies, it would behoove you to concentrate on startups for black businesses, because they're coming out of the woodworks. This especially was true during the Obama era, because black people were suffering under Obama. They started up companies more than anybody else. Because of the black community was completely devastated, and 60% of the wealth wiped out of the black community, they started businesses. And it is my belief that for a black person to retire early, or even talk about retiring, or even having money able to be generated to retire, you have to start a business. You have to be over and above way more financially secure than a white person to even discuss retiring, or to even discuss about generating $200,000, $300,000 saved in your bank. To save $300,000, that means you have to have made about $3 million, right? So when we're talking about these people retiring, they're retiring with $300,000 in their bank, and then that should be on one of the slides that I have. And it's funny that we have discussions about in this economy black unemployment, and it is good. Hands down, it is good. It's great. It's fantastic. What they're also not discussing, this is what they don't want to discuss for anybody, is that black unemployment isn't just moving into employment, but they are moving into full-time jobs that pay enough for them to live a lifestyle. This is a new thing. So they're not just employed, they're fully gainfully employed. Meaning that they can start a family, buy a house, buy a car, move into a higher echelon into the middle class. So that's great. But I'm telling you, to kick it up a notch, who was that, Emil, the chef, to kick it up a notch, and this applies to white men too, to kick it up a notch, squirrel away you some money to start a business or start investing in real estate, which is a active role. It's an active role of what you would do. All right, question and answer session. Who wants to ask questions? Who wants to ask any questions at all? Questions. Not just general questions either. I will answer. You have me at your disposal to ask any detailed question that you want to know. Does it make sense that a college graduate take over a family landscaping business? Does it make sense that a college graduate take over... What did he graduate in? Well, if you want a real serious answer, are you gonna look at it like an investor? Is this a business that can generate a whole bunch of money? Do you have a prospect of making so much more money this year? Do you live in an area where they want to do business in landscaping? If all of those answers are yes, is hiring a manager out of the question? How big is the landscaping business? Are we saying it's generating millions of dollars a year? It's all about content. You now with technology like Blender 3D and Megabricks, what kind of Lego movie content would you make? Black Lego? What kind of Lego movie would I make? I would make a Lego horror movie. with everybody in it and everybody be stereotypical, because that's what people like. People love being comfortable, so they want black people to be stereotypical, they want their white people to be stereotypical, they want their Latinos to be stereotypical. That's what they like. Is it horrible? Yes. But that's what people like. That's what common people like. And people want to feel better about themselves. As crazy as that sounds. Please give a thumbs up if you haven't given a thumbs up. More questions. You all can ask serious questions. And I mean serious questions. But Lego is a white-owned corporation. Pretty sure. I'm sure Lego wouldn't go for a black Lego. I was just noticing that. And I was noticing that, what is this, Key and Peele? And I happen to have noticed that Key and Peele were in Mad TV, and I noticed what kind of roles that they played. And I noticed that the most successful movies are the ones where people act stereotypically. Which means this is why the women's movies are not successful. Because women are expected to act a certain way, even from other women. You can't impose upon the population to all of a sudden accept women to act completely different. Right? Because that is not what the population wants. Even women. Oh yeah, she's kicking butt. She's shooting guns. Oh my God, yeah. No, that's not the population. That is not the population. That's the fringe, super fringe element. And as you can see, if you follow me, I write stuff, right? I write short stories, I write novels, I write nonfiction, I write stuff. So I have studied English for sure. For the most part, the typical average American woman is either thin or obese. And she can't lift anything heavier than a shopping basket full of stuff. So no, she's not kicking butt and taking names. She's not doing that. She has no interest in doing that. And in fact, she is startled when she sees that sort of stuff. On a personal level, she's completely startled when she sees that. When she sees a man doing that stuff, she's startled. How much less if it's a woman doing that stuff? These movies that are failing is because the women aren't going to see them. Kids are making Lego movies with Blender and Megabrick. Oh my God. And making their own lip sync. Well, I gotta get on my JOB. I was hoping to do that on my channel. To turn all of my videos into Blender 3D movies. I need to get on my JOB. Please donate to the link on the stream. $20 more. If you want real financial advice, I think this entire stream has been super duper educational. Okay, go on with the questions. Here in Australia, many people thought Real Housewives of Beverly Hills was real until someone said all the fights were pre-planned. Oh, were they? I know that. So I act from time to time. I act, and so I received a notice. Go to this website, and you can apply to be on a reality TV show. And let me explain that. They gave me a website to go to. I'm silly. I'm terrible at the internet. Sometimes I forget to favorite stuff. I forget to bookmark stuff. All that sort of stuff. I forget to favorite stuff. I forget to bookmark stuff. The website said you will appear on such and such. You will be a doctor. You will be a marine. You will be a whatever. The website is for actors. You auditioned to appear to be a marine, a doctor, a survivalist, a girl. And then you are on that reality show. Now the famous people who have reality shows, it is a show. Do they live like that? For the most part, no. And here's the problem. A lot of them cannot differentiate their own life from the character that they play on the reality show. So that there is a person right off the screen going, okay, I want you to scream at him. And so she screams at him. How dare you come in here? No, you can't come. Blah, 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 right? And then they end up divorced. There you have it. More questions, serious questions. Any questions? I will research right now. Questions, come on. More than just Claudius L. You can ask me any question. All of you who just joined, you can ask me any questions. You can benefit from my knowledge and my research abilities. My research abilities. What is this? Oh. If you're in your 40s and didn't plan for retirement early, what's the best move to make? Okay, God, EDU. That is a fantastic question. Here's my answer. Remember, I mentioned if I told you you could. Oh, you can't see it. If I told you you could buy a house with no money down, and most of you all wouldn't know how to do that, and some of you would say that it's impossible and not legal, and that you could make $40,000 off of buying a house with no money down, and avoid paying all the taxes, you would say that's illegal. You would have no idea how to do that. Well, here you go. This is something you could do and retire in a year. If you really, if you really had a lot of energy, put a lot of energy and a lot of effort into it, you could retire in a year. Which means that year number 2, you would be probably rich. Year 3, super rich. And year 4, super duper rich. Here's what's funny. Wall Street tries to do this. They tried to create a fund to do real estate flipping and investing. But the people in charge of it were just investors. They weren't actual flippers. And so a lot of those funds don't make any money. And it's funny that the actual real estate investors laugh at Wall Street because they hire accountants. They don't understand what they're doing. They don't understand how to go about doing the whole investment. But here we go. Identify your financial stage. Choose a specific real estate investment strategy. Pick a target market. Decide your investment property criteria. Build your team. Build your team. Line up financing. Raise cash for down payments and reserves. Raise cash for down payments and reserves. What are you doing? You cannot have chocolate, huh? No chocolate for you, no. Creative plan to find deals. Okay, so everybody at every age, at every stage can do this. And then, and I would try and find the smallest property where you only are going to make like $1 from the actual transaction, but find the smallest property and start with that. But Shakaama, why don't you do that? I don't have any money. I'm about to be homeless. I'm doing a fundraiser here that nobody's investing in the fundraiser. I have my thing open right now, and it's saying none of you all are investing, which is kind of funny because people who do play video games get thousands of dollars. I literally said, here, I'm gonna give you some information where if you applied it, you could make $1 million tomorrow. No, I didn't mean you. Go sit. Not even $1. I guess I'm talking to poor people or people who don't know anything about money or people who have no concept of the value of the information that I'm giving. But I'm answering your questions. Maybe somebody who will come along will actually answer. Will donate. Will thank me with a donation. You can find a house. Find a person who wants to get out of the house. Lowball them an offer. Write a contract to buy the house, promising to buy the house. Have them sign it. Find another person who wants to buy the house. Take the contract that you just had the person who owns the house sign over to you and sign it over to them for $40,000. Rinse and repeat. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a step in there. You then go to a title loan company. You sit in Suite A, conference room, have the title loan company have the person sign it over in front of the title loan company. You stand up, you go into Suite B, sit down, and sign over the contract over to the second person who is an investor and sign you a check for the amount of the house plus $40,000. Stand up. Walk back over to Suite A and sign over the amount to the person selling the house minus $40,000. You just made $40,000. And that is real estate investing. Boom. Can I get a donation? Do you want a title loan company name? Because I can give you a title loan company name for your estate. Would that help with you donating $20? I'm asking for $20, not $2,000. I just gave you a $10,000 conference education. Do I need to repeat it? Shakaama, why don't you do that? Shakaama can't walk down the street. I'm sorry. Let me show you something. What's up, puppies? There you go. Let me see. Lower, higher, lower, higher. Oh, come back. Hurry up. There you go. All right. Oh, she didn't come back. Oh, there's the fan. Oh, okay. I feel like throwing up. Maybe I stood up too fast? Any other questions? Serious question. If you want me to find you a title loan company in your area, I'll find it for you. I'll find it for you. Yep. You have other questions? Anything? I know I'm black. I know I look like I'm not sick at all. When I go to the emergency room, the doctors freak out when they take all of my vitals, as they call it. And they say, why aren't you dead? I go, that's not a very nice thing to say. How can I find people who wants to buy houses or find someone who wants to sell? Well, if you really want to answer to that. I think. If you really want an answer, I can actually give you an investor. But I would require that you pay me $1,000. But I'll look up the website. I can actually give you an investor. If you're serious, I can give you an actual investor. What is wrong with me? I'm gonna get sick. I probably shouldn't have stood up. I feel like, what's that movie, Swamp Thing? It only hurts when I laugh. Well, there we go. Here you go. Here you go. Investors are rude? What are you talking about? Who's rude? Oh my god. Wow, I haven't been on here in a long time. Who are all these people's email address? Wait, wait. Here you go. Here's where am I? Here you go. I'm gonna type it down below. Oh. Hold on. I have an emergency. hello, hello. How are you? Okay. What are you doing? What? There we go. One second. All right, how you doing, everybody? Yeah, I just had to, go and, you know, empty my stomach. Empty my stomach, and, you know. All right, here we go. So, here is where you should go, and you will learn all about investing. All in information for free. No. I'm giving you all of this information for free. I'm trying to raise money because I will be homeless in a few days. I'm hoping that you all have enough money to do any of the stuff that you're asking about. So then you will give me money in return for giving you information. Doesn't seem to be working out. So maybe I should be playing video games instead, because those people seem to hand out money like water. Is that what I should do? Should I switch to playing a video game? Should I switch to playing video games now? Would that be better? Should I switch to playing video games now? because apparently YouTube is not. And they're reducing all of the views. They are how are 18. Oh, okay. uh, all right. Thanks everybody for watching. You have a great evening. I won't rate anybody else's live stream because nobody has ever rated me. Right? Why be nice to other people when they are literally not nice to you? Thank you all for watching.